Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I'm audible as well as visible. Great. So, audible and visible. Let's wait for others to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, guys, so now let's begin. First up, a quick recap of what we studied in the previous class. So, in the previous class that was on Friday, we had taken up for discussion the topics pertaining to the parliamentary committees, primarily discussing about the estimates committee, the DRSCs, right? The departmentally related standing committees. Excuse me. Apart from it, we also came down to studying the state executive, the governor, and under the governor topic, we saw all the provisions on ensuring the independence of governor, also looking into the elements of ordinances, referential veto, right? Article 254, a very important element wherein the states can also make laws with respect to concurrent list subjects which may violate the central list subject which may violate a central law on the same concurrent list subjects. But then those laws may not directly be declared void or cancelled. Those laws can continue if the president allows, and herein the president means the central government allows. Article 74. Then we saw some other provisions with respect to the governors regarding their special responsibility. All these articles we saw 371 to 371J, right, for Maharashtra, Gujarat, Nagaland, Arunachal, Sikkim, Schedule 6 areas, then Arunachal Pradesh, all these states, including the Karnataka, Hyderabad region, the northeastern part of Karnataka. And then the Council of Ministers, the Attorney General of India at the center, and here one Article 165, which talks about Advocate General, the exact same position at the state level. Then the state legislatures, wherein we saw Article 169, which talks about how to either create or abolish a legislative council, a special majority at the state level, whereas we have the simple majority at the parliamentary level. So it's the parliament which creates or ultimately abolishes the legislative council. Okay. And that is all as far as our Friday's class is concerned. The last topic we studied was about the importance of councils and also reasons as to why we are considering the councils to be important, and then, of course, reasons as to why councils are seemingly useless completely. At least some states do make a claim that they are just an additional burden because they don't really have any power to prevent the passage of bills. Now, I made the statement, but the point is that how do we make a statement like this that the councils have no such power? We look today into the passage of bills at the state legislature level. Okay, so let's begin our discussion. I hope you have also been going through your current affairs on a regular basis, monthly magazine being covered, and all those who are preparing for next year. I believe the month of May, the monthly magazine is now done. If it's not done, you are moving slowly. We have to increase the pace, number of pages per hour that has to be increased. Then the Yojana for the month of June, I believe, must have been covered by now. Okay, so we'll move on next to the Yojana of the month of May. And also, with respect to political theory, that book, all 10 chapters are covered. You please refer to the book. And there are 10 chapters. We have had the comprehensive coverage of all the 10 chapters now. So by now, most of you would have studied about the all the chapters under political theory. Okay, that's it. Apart from it, regular discussion and reading of editorials must be going on. That is all that is needed. Okay, nothing more, nothing less. And we are writing answers. I believe all of you took the mock tests. You can quickly mention your marks in the mock test. I would also like to know what marks you're scoring in general in the mock test. Okay, 24, 22, 24, 19, 30, 26, 19, 13, 37, 13, correct. Okay, 33, 34, 30. Okay, somewhere around a lot of you are scoring 20 plus, which is decent. I would say pretty decent. But I would prefer, because the questions are not really difficult, I'd prefer if you cross 30 marks, that would be more appropriate. So any score of 20 to 30 is very nice, but 30 plus is what we are aiming out of 40. Okay. Less than 20 would not be proper. So this means less than 10 correct is where we have to get some revisions. Some multiple revisions may be required, the need of the hour. Uh, okay, let's now begin our discussion with the standard 5 questions for the day, beginning with the first question. I'll give you 45 seconds. Please mark the answer. Okay, so a lot of you are reading the question properly. That's important. Incorrect is what was mentioned here. If a cabinet minister resigns, the entire council resigns? Of course not. If the prime minister resigns, or if the chief minister resigns, then the entire council resigns. But if a single minister resigns, nobody cares. There are 30, 40 people waiting. In fact, hundreds of people waiting to pounce and become the minister. Nobody cares. You please resign. So, one is of course wrong. Government of India allocation of business rules provide for the creation of new ministries. Yes, ministries under allocation of business, and the cabinet committees under transaction of business rules. These rules are made by the president under the provisions of which article? Article 77, clause 3. So 2 is correct, 1 is wrong. A, 1 only is the right answer. Moving on to question number 2. Please mark the answer. Really, a lot of you got this wrong, which is pretty surprising. Okay, first up, earliest to latest. What happened before to the one which happened most recently? Fourth statement was the 24th Amendment Act of 1971. Third statement was the 61st Amendment Act of 1988. This was the 91st Amendment Act of 2003, and this was the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. You can arrange them: 4, 1, 1, then 3, and then 2. B is the right answer. Okay, moving on to the third question for today. Easy question. A method applied to determine the relative precedence of private members' bill, resolutions, notice of questions, half-hour discussions, or any other notice given by more than one member simultaneously. So, whenever the notices are given for questions in question hour, 0 hour, half an hour discussion, whatever, how do we select the questions? Tell me. What is the system used to choose the questions? Lottery system, yes or no? Draw of lots. That is what is called lottery system. How did you mark guillotine? Guillotine means what? Putting a matter to vote by abruptly ending a discussion or a proposal. Guillotine is something we had studied under the budget. When you put a matter to vote, the debate is cut short and the entire matter is put to vote. That's called guillotine. So we choose questions based on lottery system, draw of lots. Clear? Okay, moving on to the fourth question for today. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. I'm not sure why people marked A as the answer. C could not be the answer. The budget is presented by the finance minister is of course correct. Before a joint sitting, no, no, no. Budget is presented in the Lok Sabha. So one is wrong because it is not presented before a joint sitting. The speech given by the president before the beginning or the first day of the budget session, that is addressed to the houses jointly. But the budget is tabled only in the Lok Sabha. Cut motions can be raised only in the Lok Sabha. Of course, that's true. Raj Sabha has no power over these cut motions, and the speaker can put demands for grant to vote irrespective of whether they have been discussed or not. We just saw the word guillotine actually. This is what is guillotine, when the debate is cut short and the entire matter is put to vote. So, 3 is also correct. Two statements are correct here. So, 2, B is the right answer. And the last question for today, please read the statements carefully and then mark your answer. Okay, if you got this correct, he'll be allowed to vote if a no confidence motion is moved against the government. Yes or no? Of course, it is wrong. He cannot vote in a no confidence motion if he is an MP from Rajya Sabha because NCM is brought only in the Lok Sabha. Voting is allowed, but only for MPs of Lok Sabha. Ministers can sit in either house. Which article is that? Ministers are allowed to sit in either house. Article 88. He will enjoy a longer term than the MPs of Lok Sabha. Of course, he'll enjoy a 6-year term because of his being an MP of Rajya Sabha. Right. He will not be able to speak in the Lok Sabha during discussion on the demand for grant. Now, this is wrong because the same Article 88 allows you to speak in either house. Excuse me. So, 2 is the correct statement, only 1A is the right answer. And that's it. We are done for the day. 5 questions. Let's see the leaderboard as well. Vibhum, Shamil, Architas, V. Aditya Yokesh, Pratik, and Shreyank. Then some others: Sai, Siddharth, Varsha, Alina, Bhavan, Sachin, Abhishek, Nikki, Rakshit, Madhumita, Lucky, Abhijit, Preeti, Tamu, Anshika. Okay, great. Let's now move on. Yes, second statement is correct. He'll enjoy longer term than the MPs of Lok Sabha. The comparison drawn here is for the membership, a longer term tenure in the parliament. So 2 is correct. Okay, now let's come back to our discussion at hand. We were discussing about the Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council. Okay, so moving on now to our discussion. First up is the composition of the assembly. Now, at the central level, the maximum number of seats that you see in the house is 550 plus 2 Anglo-Indian nomination. So it's 552. But currently we have 543. Now, for the states, we cannot have a fixed size because the population and the size of states varies from one state to another. See, a state like Sikkim has 6 lakh people only, right? And look at some other states like, say, UP, Maharashtra, Bihar, such a huge population. So, of course, uh, there needs to be some kind of difference in the number of MLAs in the state. So, central level, fixed. State level, it varies. So, it's a range bound thing, meaning states can have MLAs between 60 to 500. So, think of it, number of MLAs, maximum, minimum 60. It varies between this range only. And in the states, we have a provision for an Anglo Indian. This also expired and was not renewed by the parliament. So, like at the central level, we have nomination of 2 Anglo Indians. At the state level, we had a nomination of 1 Anglo Indian. Okay. Now, one more thing. All the same things continue here also. Just like Lok Sabha, we have direct election. The entire state is divided into small constituencies. Look at this. This is an example of Karnataka, where the number of MLAs is 224. 288. Oh, so much of discussion on Maharashtra that the number 288 is now fixed in the mind. Anyway, so number of MLAs in Karnataka is 224. So the entire state is divided into 224 small parts. From each part, you will have one MLA, one MLA combining together to sit in the Legislative Assembly of Karnataka. Just to show an example here, see, these are the number of constituencies that you have for Karnataka at the central level. Lok Sabha constituencies. Can you see the difference in size? This is one constituency of Lok Sabha, and see that same constituency correspondingly of Lok Sabha has 6 constituencies in the Vidhan Sabha or the Legislative Assembly. Clear? This distinction needs to be very clear. So from all these areas, you will have what? What do you have? MLAs, and from this area you have an MP, member of parliament at the central level, member of legislative assembly at the state level. Clear? The election procedure is exactly the same. The people of this area, this entire area, people will vote and choose somebody who represents their area and is an MLA there. Okay, so this is with respect to the MLAs in Karnataka. Now, one more point. That point is that in the case of states, the number of, please hear me out, please, the number of MLAs in a state is fixed on the basis of 1971 census. Are you clear? I'm writing here number of seats based on 1971 census. Are we clear? But the internal boundaries, can you see all these boundaries? This is the boundary of a constituency, right? Or this is the boundary of a constituency. These boundaries are based on 2001 census. Difference. So the territorial boundaries of constituency, this is based on 2001 census. Are you clear, everyone? The boundaries are modified on the basis of 2001 census, but the number of MLAs is based on 1971 census. And one more thing, number of MLAs plus reserved seats. All this is mentioned where? In Schedule 2 of RPA 1950. Representation of People's Act 1950 is where you find which state has how many MLAs, of which how many seats are reserved for scheduled caste and how many for scheduled tribes. So all the seats you see in yellow, these are seats reserved for scheduled caste, and the ones you see in, I'm not sure what color, maybe salmon pink or whatever shade that we may want to call it, peach, this is with respect to scheduled tribe reservation. So one thing is very clear, in all the houses which are directly elected house like the Lok Sabha or the Vidhan Sabha, the number of seats are fixed on the basis of 1971 census, and there is reservation for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Clear everyone on this? No problems now. So this is how we have the setup for the legislative assembly. Direct election takes place, and the number of MLAs ranges from 60 to 500. But then some of you here may belong to states like Sikkim, which has 32 MLAs, or a state like Mizoram with 40 MLAs, Goa 40. How is this happening? Because the same constitution allows for this to happen. There are exceptions mentioned in the constitution only in separate articles mentioned in the constitution, because some state size is very very small. Sikkim, Goa, Arunachal, too less of a population. So let's take the example of Nagaland, for example. According to Article 371 capital A, Nagaland can have as low as 46 MLAs also. Though it has 60, but it can have 46 also. Okay, are we clear on this? Exception for Nagaland or Sikkim 371F, Sikkim can have as low as 30 MLAs also. Mizoram can have 40 MLAs also, less than 6371G. Same goes for Arunachal Pradesh 371H. Same goes for Goa 371I. You won't have to remember the articles, just remember that in the constitution there are some states which are under exceptions wherein you can have less than 60 seats also. Less than 60 MLAs is permissible. Clear on this, everyone? Okay, so that's it. Haji Tara, what is the problem? Tell me. Maximum limit for these states. This is a maximum limit. We have an exception for minimum, right? Not maximum. Permissible. Array, come on. Google search for word meanings. We can't take an English lesson right now. Allowed. Permissible is allowed. What else do we have? Dr. Totappa, whether SCS reservation remains same? Yes, yes. SCS reservation remains same based on population. Vanchika, can you explain why Goa has 30 MLAs? Because the constitution under Article 371I allows Goa to have 30 MLAs. Simple. Okay. Gaurav, Delhi has 70 MLAs. We'll study UTs separately. Delhi is a UT, it's not a state. Okay. It has separate provisions. Why are you pointing this? There are 7 ministers, not 6, including chief minister. So 7 in total. Firstly. Secondly, why don't you point out that the Delhi CM is appointed by the president? Delhi has separate provisions. Only we'll discuss it later on. Arnab, how is it possible number of MLAs mentioned RPA 50? RPA 50 has number of MLAs mentioned because laws can always be modified. If you do not know, let me tell you, laws can be amended. Okay. Yes, Ayushi, number of MLAs, number of seats. Yes, Tara, that's also true. Anil, Anglo-Indian reservation was not removed. It expired. No provision was removed. Okay. Ladakh has only 4 seats. Sir, what are you talking about, sir? Are you talking about MPs in the Lok Sabha? Some random statement being made. Okay, I think Rashida, Anglo Indians are out of this country. Amazing. Great. That's what we want to hear after half the polity classes are over. That we had discussed the word Anglo Indian while we were studying Parliament, and this is what we expect now. Anglo Indians are people of whose father or any other male progenitor or ancestor is of European descent, is an Anglo Indian. Okay. Vishnu Maya, number of seats in RPA and number of MLAs based on census 1971 census. Okay, what else do we have as doubts? Yes, Abhijit, it was valid for 10 years only, but it kept on getting extended. Kishan Delimitation Commission. Ritika, type your question again. I can't see your question. When will you study RPA? Will you studying RPA under elections, the topic elections? Anglo-Indian sets are removed. Why do we ask this question? Anglo-Indian reservation or nomination has not been removed. It is still there in the constitution. The provision has not been extended. It was meant only for 10 years. It used to be extended for 10 years again and again. It has simply not been extended now. Okay. So if it was extended, if the parliament wants, it can again extend it for 10 more years. So it's possible. Ritika, why number of seats based on 1971 census and boundary on 2001 census? Seats are based on 1971 census to ensure that no state has too many MLAs. In fact, within a state also, areas where people are not focusing on education and controlling of population, those areas should not have any undue advantage with respect to number of seats in total. But when it comes to the internal reorganization of boundaries, we have followed the 2001 census to ensure that there is not too much of discrepancy with respect to management of certain areas, right? Some areas which are highly populated, right? We need to have multiple constituencies there, but we cannot change the limit of the number of MLAs because that will have an impact in the election procedure of the president. Again, the same logic happens, right? If it has any impact on the election of the president, this means the northern states which did not take steps to control their family and family planning norms will get some advantage because the number of seats will increase. Same logic continues every time. Population control. We have to tell the states to control population. We cannot incentivize any state which has not controlled its population and punish those states which are controlling population. This exception is minimum, not maximum. Okay, that's it. Now we have comprehensively understood some of your questions, which I have largely ignored, come from your understanding of the chapter Parliament, which is beyond my explanation right now. We can't always go back to explaining the chapter Parliament again and again. It boils down to you revising the topic properly. Okay, so now coming to the legislative councils. So a lot of you would not have any idea. I mean, considering the questions being asked, I'm sure a lot of you had no idea about the MLAs also in the country. But anyway, a lot of you who largely have knowledge of at least MPs, MLAs, you would have little idea on MLCs, because firstly, not every state has MLC, and even if your state has MLCs, then it is slightly difficult to have a knowledge of MLCs, because the election procedure is slightly different with respect to what we follow for MLAs, because people do not vote with respect to the elections of the legislative assemblies. Right now, what exactly is the Ashutosh, your question was how are the elections of Lok Sabha carried on? We cannot address those concerns now. That is impossible to address right now, because this group contains hundreds of people studying here. All those have revised properly what is the election procedure of Lok Sabha. It's direct election. We can't go and revise everything again and again for an individual student. Please understand. Have the courtesy and decency of revisions and then ask questions, right? I believe others would be very disappointed if I start teaching Lok Sabha entirely again, right? Not justified. So please, now please understand how we are following the legislative council elections. First up, only few states have councils. We know which six states. The names of six states are known to us. They have councils. First question is, how many MLCs can be there in any state? What is the point there? The number of MLCs depends on number of MLAs in your state. So there are six states which have councils. Six states are, let's start in alphabetical order. Andhra Pradesh has 50 MLCs. Then Bihar has 40 MLCs. Other states like Karnataka, same. Sorry, Bihar has 75 MLCs. Karnataka has 75 MLCs. Moving on to Maharashtra. Okay. Maharashtra has 78 MLCs. Next in order would be UP. UP has 100 MLCs. And lastly, we have which state? Telangana, which has 40 MLCs. These six states have councils with these many MLCs. Now, the number of MLCs in any state, number of MLCs is one third of the number of MLAs, but should be at least 40, minimum 40, minimum 40, maximum one third. For example, say a state like Bihar, 243 MLAs in Bihar, 75 into 3 is 225. So one third, 40 to one third, that's the range bound system for the MLCs. Anyway, a number of MLCs is mentioned. This number is mentioned in Schedule 3 of RPA 1950. So let me just recap. Schedule 1 of RPA 1950 contains a list of all the MPs from each state. Schedule 2 of the same RPA tells us the number of MLAs from your state. And Schedule 3 tells us number of MLCs from each state that has MLCs. Now comes the real point. How are these people elected? Now, this composition is mentioned under Article 171. And this one third was actually one fourth. But in 1956, it was modified to one third. Anyway, that's of no concern to us. Now, the number of seats for any council are categorized into categories of five categories. We'll take an example for the state of Karnataka for our understanding. Now, Karnataka has how many MLCs? Number of MLCs are 75. Okay. Some of these MLCs are chosen by MLAs of the state. MLAs of the state. So, chosen or elected by MLAs, 25. Then some are chosen or elected by the members of local bodies. What is local body? Local body refers to panchayats and what? Municipalities. So today we'll be discussing about panchayats. How many? 25. Then some seats or some people are chosen by graduates in that state for 3 years. So what happens is, now take this example of the state of Karnataka. This is the state of Karnataka. So the entire state will be divided into some constituency. What is constituency? Territorial boundaries. So let's say this entire state is divided into how many constituencies? Seven. Seven constituencies. From each constituency, all the people of this constituency, which kind of people? Only graduates, not others. Graduates will vote. Anybody can contest, but graduates vote. Graduates will vote, and those people who are graduate for at least 3 years will vote and choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 seats belong to graduates. So it is like a representation of the educated people of the state. Now you may say, sir, what is graduate? Everybody is a graduate right now. Firstly, that's not true, but still, yes, partially correct. That being a graduate is no sign of education. But think of 1950s and 60s. Being a graduate was an achievement. So we need to modify this provision now, but it still continues. That graduates will vote and choose the person who belongs to this area or represents this particular area. Graduate of at least 3 years. Then the exact same thing happens for teachers also. What happens is the same state of Karnataka is divided into same 7 areas, and from all these areas, all the teachers vote. Teachers vote. Now anybody can contest. Non-teaching person can also contest, but largely some teachers from college, union professor, union leader, professors, they only contest. So teachers will vote from this area, 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 and 7 people are chosen who are teachers. Teachers in the same state. 7 seats. This is an example for Karnataka. How are these seats determined? Based on this criteria. Number one, 1/3 people are elected by members of local bodies. 1/3 people are elected by MLAs, not from amongst themselves. MLA cannot be MLC. Are you clear on this? Remember, we can be a member of only one house at a time. We can't be members of multiple houses at the same time. Not allowed. But uh, MLAs vote and choose somebody who becomes an MLC. One third seats. Then nearly 1/12 are chosen by graduates of 3 year standing, meaning those who are graduates from any university anywhere in the country, not just the state. Don't feel that to be a voter there, you have to be a graduate from some college in the state only. You can be a graduate from anywhere in the country. And 1/12 are elected by teachers of 3 year standing. You have to be a teacher in the same state. But what kind of teacher? Teacher above the primary school level, not lower than secondary school level teacher. Okay, so coachings to teachers, no, 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 not allowed. Whatever remains, right, they are nominated by the governor. Nomination by the governor, from five different fields of literature, science, art, cooperate, cooperative movement, and social service. One small point, if you want to be eligible for governor's nomination, you have to belong to that same state. Must be an ordinary resident of the state. Okay, so this is how the entire composition is. Now this is not maximum, this is nearly, almost. Slightly more, slightly less is allowed. Nearly. And the remaining, which is 1/6, is allocated for governor's nomination. So here, in the case of uh, Karnataka, we have governor's nomination. How many remain? 11 remain. So those 11 are for governor's nomination. So the election here is what? Indirect, where people directly do not vote, and the system followed is proportional representation. Okay. See, the qualification for an MLA and MLC is same as that of MP. For MLA, the age is 25. For MLC, age is 30. Okay. You have to be a citizen of India. All that is exactly the same. The disqualification, office of profit, all that is exactly the same. No difference whatsoever. Clear? Did we understand? Now, let me just help you in understanding this graduate and teachers part. So let's say you belong to Karnataka or Andhra or UP, etc. in these states. What you can do is you can go to your nearest election commission office and ask them, I want to be registered as a voter. Here is my proof that I'm a graduate for the past 3 years. Meaning, if you want to go and register today, you should have graduated in 2020. So for 3 years, you are a graduate. You go there, they will get your name enrolled in a separate voter list. That voter list is meant only for voting in the legislative council. That's it. So a separate voter list for this area, voter list for this area, this area, this area, etc. And when the election time comes, they'll release the date of election and you can go and cast your vote. Okay, this again, the same provision happens every 2 years. 1/6 members retire every 2 years, just like the case of Rajya Sabha. Nothing special here. This is how people are elected to the legislative Council. To be a graduate voter, nothing unique. All you have to do is be a graduate. To be a teacher voter, all you have to do is be a teacher voter. Okay? And the idea was to represent the educated class in the country, right? Educated class. Again, please do not apply this right now as a logic. Right now, graduation is a very common thing. Okay? But in 1950s and 60s, with the country's literacy at hovering at 15-20%, being a graduate was a remarkable achievement. Same goes for teachers, right? The educated elite people who are teachers. Okay. Again, I am mentioning graduates vote, teachers vote. They are voters, not candidates. Please don't get confused. Vote meaning voter, not candidate. Are we clear on this, everyone? Anybody can contest, but largely for teachers, some teacher only contests because teachers will choose their representative who is some college teacher, some college union leader, etc. But anybody can contest, only teachers vote, only graduates vote. Okay, that's it. With respect to the composition of the legislative council, don't worry, nobody's going to ask you all this. I just explained through an example. Though UPSC can ask prelims based questions, and they have never actually asked these questions. Kambapati. Only graduates from these 7 constituencies. The entire state is now divided into 7 constituencies. Which area remains? You tell me. No area remains. Right? The entire state is divided into 7 constituencies only, not 224. Clear? This entire state of Karnataka is divided into 7 different constituencies. Okay? So that's it with respect to the composition of legislative councils. Now, coming to the main point of discussion here. See, again, let me just clarify. I gave the example of Karnataka because Karnataka has 75 MLCs. So here it is 7. If you look at UP has 100 MLCs. Can you see 100 here? So there it will not be 7, it will be 8 or 9 because the point is this 1/12 of the total MLC should be elected by graduates or teachers. Are we clear? This number 75, 25, 25 is only for Karnataka. Okay? Don't be confused. Other states, different numbers. It is based on the number of MLCs in the state. Okay. Now coming to the passage of bills, which is of grave importance to us because that's the whole point. The passage of bills in the assembly. Some of you have been very aggressive right now that why do we have councils? Useless. Uh, yes, yes. I would agree with you on this point. But for others who are confused, why is this useless? So we'll discuss as to why councils in its current form are useless. Current form. So let's understand the passage of bills. First up is ordinary bills. Ordinary bills. Now, these bills can be introduced in the assembly or in the council. Let's assume the bill is introduced in the assembly first. Case 1. bill introduced in the legislative assembly. Legislative assembly will introduce the bill, will pass the bill. The bill then goes to legislative council. Now council can pass the bill. Very nice. Council can also pass the bill. If both houses pass the bill goes to which person? The bill goes to governor. Now governor can do his own drama of veto powers. We have seen that already. What if the council, just like Rajya Sabha, make some changes, right? Suggests modifications. Now two things can happen. Either the assembly says very good modification, excellent. If the assembly accepts modification, if accepted by the legislative assembly, then it is sent to governor, right? uh, what happens if it is not accepted by the assembly? If not accepted by the assembly, what happens? Again goes to governor, sent to governor with original provisions only, meaning whatever changes were suggested, uh, the changes will only apply if the assembly accepts those changes. Clear? Now one more thing can happen, and that can be that the council takes no action only. Like Rajya Sabha, council takes no action for 3 months. Then what happens? Then assembly passes the bill again. Assembly will remind the council, hello council, are you sleeping? Pass the bill. Assembly will again pass the bill, again come and throw a copy in the council, please pass the bill. Again, if the assembly passes the bill and council takes no action, if council takes no action for 1 month, the assembly will come to the council, snatch the bill from there and say, get lost, the bill is passed. The bill is deemed to be passed. Before you ask what is deemed, assumed to be passed. And it goes to governor. That's it. So the council, if you observe, has done what? Frankly, the council has taken, caused a delay of 3 months here and 1 month here. This is all that it has done. Cause delay in the passage of bills for 4 months maximum. Hence, called dilatory chamber. Why dilatory? From the word delay, it's a dilatory chamber. All it can do is it causes a delay in the passage of bills for 4 months. Clear on this? So some of you have said deadlock. No deadlock. There is no concept of what? No concept of joint sitting in the legislative assembly and council. Are we clear? This is case 1 when the bill is introduced in the assembly. Clear? Now case 2, what if the bill is introduced in the council? If the council is the one which initiates the bill, that's where the bill is introduced. Then legislative council pass the bill, it goes to legislative assembly. What happens if the assembly rejects meaning throw it away, useless bill, and throws it away, or the assembly modifies and passes the bill, bill ends here, makes modification. Then what happens if the assembly makes modification and then passes the bill? The bill is passed in the same form and manner as the assembly wants to get it passed. Bill passed. And once the bill is passed, it is sent to which person? Governor. Are you clear? So, if the assembly wants to get a bill passed, it will get a bill passed. In short, if the assembly makes any changes, that change is final. If the council makes some suggestions, your suggestions depend on the assembly's acceptance. If the assembly accepts it, good. If it does not, sorry, we can do nothing about it. So, who has the real power? The assembly. Council has no power. Okay? So, this is for ordinary bills. In case of money bills, same as parliament, meaning the council cannot introduce a money bill. The council has only 14 days of delaying power, just like Rajya Sabha. Okay, exactly. And the third thing is what? A constitutional amendment bill. Constitutional amendment bill. There, what happens? How many months of delay can be done by the council? Please tell me. In the case of constitutional amendment bill in the state legislature, for how many months of delay can the council do? Oh, some of you are saying 6 months, no delay. Others are correct. Did you forget that constitutional amendment bills can't be introduced in the state legislature? They can only be brought in the parliament, right? Just one small question. So, a constitutional amendment bill can be brought only in the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, but by a minister. Yes or no? Only by a minister. Yes or no? Okay, great. It can be brought by any member, minister, or a non minister. We call the non minister as a private member. So, to cut a long story short, the Legislative Council can only cause a delay in the passage of bill for 4 months. In the first case, if the council rejects a bill or does not take action for 3 months, or here you can also use the word or rejects the bill. Same thing. The assembly will pass the bill again, reminding, hello, council, please do something. If the council is still not taking any action for 1 month, then the assembly will say the bill is passed. Just like the case of money bills in the Lok Sabha. What happens? For 14 days, the bill is pending in the Rajya Sabha. After 14 days, what happens? After 14 days, the bill is assumed to be passed. Here also, same thing. If the assembly rejects or takes no action, what happens? The bill ends. The bill will only be passed if the assembly wants to get the bill passed. Just understand one statement. That is a summary of everything. The bill will be passed only if the assembly wants to pass the bill in that form only, with those provisions only. If you cannot convince the assembly, the bill will not be passed. Simple. And the maximum delay can be caused for just 4 months. So much so for the great powers of legislative councils. Acha, one more small point, because councils are not really very powerful as bodies. Right now, you may have this feeling that these are completely useless as bodies. I would agree with you. But we can actually utilize councils very effectively. How? We'll discuss once we study panchayats. Once we are done with panchayats, I will tell you how the councils can be used effectively and efficiently, just like Rajya Sabha is being used effectively and efficiently. Okay, that's there with respect to the legislative councils. But there are some areas, no, in the topic Parliament, we had studied towards the end that there are some areas where the Raj Sabha has special powers. Some areas where Lok Sabha has special powers. Here, there is no such area where the council has some special power, frankly. I mean, the only area is that the council has a longer tenure. The legislative council members, MLCs, their tenure is 6 years, unlike that of the assembly, which is subject to automatic dissolution of 5 years. That's the only special thing here. Apart from it, there are some areas where there is equality of power, meaning councils have been given the same power that the assembly has. For example, introduction and the passage through what kind of majority? Simple majority. So in both the houses, the same type of majority is required to pass an ordinary bill. and ordinary bills can be introduced in either the assembly or the council. We have just seen the example here, ordinary bills being introduced in the assembly or in the council. Then approval of ordinances issued by governor. So when the governor promulgates any ordinance, those ordinances have to be tabled in both the houses. Clear? Number 3, selection of ministers. So ministers, including CM, can belong to any house. For example, CM of Bihar is an MLC. Nitish Kumar. Now, don't say, sir, in Bihar, is there some special provision? No. Currently, the CM of Bihar is an MLC. In fact, till 2021-22, the CM of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, Bulldozer Baba, as people lovingly call him, he was an MLC. Or in the case of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray was an MLC. Okay, so these people who were even chief ministers were MLCs, and the current CM of Bihar is actually an MLC. So just like Rajya Sabha, ministers can come from either of the house, no such limitation. Then any report of a constitutional body which is given to governor, bodies like SFC. What is SFC? We'll discuss it today only. State Finance Commission. A body like SPSC, the very non-corrupt, right? Very nice, neat and clean bodies which conduct exams in a very fair manner in every state. Remember, State Public Service Commission, where there is no corruption whatsoever in the entire country. That same SPSC, right? The reports of SPSC are tabled in both the houses. Okay. Then CAG, the comptroller and auditor general, when they table the report to the give the report to the governor tables reports in both the houses. And enlargement of the jurisdiction of the State Public Service Commission. This is Article 321. If you want to increase jurisdiction, area of influence, power of the State Public Service Commission, if you want to increase or enlarge the power of the SPSCs, such bills can be brought in both the houses. These are the areas. Okay. These are the areas of what? Equality of power pertaining to the legislative assemblies and councils. Gadamidi, TSPSC. Oh, I will not read the comment here, but don't worry. Every SPSC is doing the exact same thing. You don't have to feel sad. See, for guys, don't feel sad that your SPSC is not performing. We are united in the non-performance of most SPSCs. You can rest in peace, not the RIP thing, but you can be relaxed that in every state in the country, the unity is there in two things: the performance of SPSCs and corruption in the government sector. Okay, so that's it. Moving on now, we are done with our discussion on the state legislatures. In case you want to read the Lakshmikant, I would suggest reading chapters 30 to 33, 30, 31, 32. SPSC stands for State Public Service Commission. It is some kind of body. For those who have no idea, ignore it. In your governance class, you'll be studying what is SPSC, this unique kind of body. Like UPSC, SPSC. Okay, that's it. We are done with the state executive and legislature. Look at this question asked in 2021. Explain the constitutional provisions under which the councils are established. Review the working and current status. of council with suitable examples. So mention Article 169, mention the current status and the working, giving reasons why we have councils, what are the issues, and in the conclusion give some suggestion. Now what kind of suggestion will you give? Suggestion we'll discuss in the chapter Panchayat. Okay, once we study panchayats, I'll explain to you. There's a recommendation, very beautiful, which can actually improve the situation of the councils. But for that, let's wait for our discussion on panchayats. Then you can actually address this concern by writing a very good suggestion or way forward. So that's all. Yes, current status means how many states have councils, and what is the current situation with respect to the functioning there. Like some state councils members have become chief ministers also, etc. All these things can be mentioned. Clear? That's it. Now, moving on to the local self government, a very important topic, not maybe for the prelims, but for mains. Okay, so the for see here the issues, meaning what are the problems, why we don't need councils. We have discussed that. Reasons why we have just discussed in the previous class. Some of you are not revising at all. Last class topic you're forgetting. And if I write problems and I write issues, then you say what is problem, what is issue. Same thing here. Come on, grow up. You simply have to look into the previous class. Last topic was why do we need councils? Why do we not need councils? So reasons, importance of councils. And then second thing is issues. What's the problem? What is council after all? Just a burden on the state, straining the state's finances, right? They only cause a delay, nothing else. They are just meant to be a place where you are putting in leaders, right? So that's it. In here, Odisha, there are 3 koti 50 lakh and some golden biscuits in a suitcase, and sir, 4 box of ornaments found from a sub collector. Don't worry. You'll also get to make the same kind of money. Don't feel bad. Let them enjoy. Okay. So again, somebody is pointing out that in their state, some sub collector is been involved in corruption. Then I think you have forgotten the news of Madhya Pradesh, wherein a Group D. Say, I'm not demeaning any post. A Group D employee. What is Group D employee? Group D employee is a safai karmchari, a peon, a messenger, a daftari. These Group D employees, they had amassed properties worth 40, 50 crore rupees, right? And taking bribe of 50 rupees, 100 rupees every day. Who says slow and steady can also win the race, right? I mean, not in this sense, but of course, that's there. So, and again, recently the news in Madhya Pradesh only, I think, of some RTO officer who had a huge bungalow in their huge bungalow in which there's a jacuzzi, a 50-seater multiplex in the house only, with a salary of 70, 80,000 rupees. It all depends on your skill and talent. And of course, you'll also get an opportunity to make the nation proud in future. Yes, Anjali, LCs can take eyes on, keep an eye on the assembly. That's it. Okay, now coming to local self-governance. When we say Gauri, salary of MLC and MLA are decided by the respective state assemblies. They pass bills just like the salary of parliament MPs are decided by the parliament only. So the salaries can vary from one state to another. There is no fixed salary. It keeps on varying from one state to another. The salary which comes from the consolidated fund of the state, but it is not charge expenditure and all. Okay. Now, coming to local self government, local self government at the panchayat level is called is the rural local self government, and at the municipality level, it is what is the urban local self government. Okay, uh, panchayats are the places of uh, visible direct democracy in the country. Now, where do we have this provision? In the constitution, where is the provision? The provision is in Article 40. We'll firstly study panchayats, then we'll study municipalities. So now let's begin our discussion on panchayats. First up is the constitutional provision. So, constitutional provision. There is an article called Article 40 under DPSP. For those who have no idea, what is DPSP? You are panicking right now. Directive Principles of State Policy. We'll discuss that later on. So, under Article 40, there is a DPSP, Article 40, which says that organization of the village panchayats needs to be done. The state shall take steps to organize village panchayats and endow. Endow means to provide. Okay? Provide them with such powers and authority as may be necessary to enable them to function as units of self government. Okay? And let me just also clarify one thing. Local governance is a state list topic. Okay? It's not a union list topic, it's a state list topic. Entry number 5 in the state list. So the constitution has given importance to panchayats, but did not create panchayats. It said that the state shall take steps to create village panchayats. State should create village panchayats. It has not created actually. So initially, what happened? We took this mandate of creating panchayats through the reports from committees that were formed in the country. So initially, India ran a program called CDP, Community Development Program. Now, this program was run from 1952 to 1957. And in 1957, we thought, let's look into the good things, or let's look into what has been the benefit of the CDP, the Community Development Program. In 1957, a committee was formed called Balwant Rai Mehta Committee. This committee gave a recommendation that why don't we have panchayats in the country? Recommendation. Based on this committee's recommendation, for the first time in the country, we had the first ever panchayat, which was set up in Nagaur district in Rajasthan on the 2nd of October 1959, date of birthday of Mahatma Gandhi. And that is the beginning of the provision of panchayat in the country. So, for the first time, the first ever panchayats were formed in 1959. And how many of you are from Rajasthan? Nobody? Oh, so okay. Some of you are from Rajasthan. Proud moment for you that from your state, or in your state, the first ever panchayat was created. Great. You can take pride in that. Uh, so this is with respect to the first ever panchayat. Then we had various committees: Ashok Mehta Committee, GVK Rao Committee, Gadgil Committee. 30, 40 committees have been set up since independence on what? Panchayats. Finally, 1992, a constitutional amendment was made. 73rd Amendment Act, and the provisions of panchayats were standardized across the country by adding a part 9. So part 5 is what? Union. Part 6 is what? States. Part 9 is panchayats. And articles 243 to 243O, it is not 2430, it is 243O. These articles were inserted in the Indian Constitution to have some standard provisions across the country on panchayats. Now, if you look at your books, standard books like Lakshmikant and all, you will find that the committees are mentioned there. Feel free to mug up all these committees and their recommendations, but my advice is that these are useless completely. Not a single question in the last 30 years in prelims or mains has been asked from panchayats. These committees, right? These committees. So in the prelims or mains, especially after 1992, I don't know of any question before that it's possible, but after that a question being asked on these committees directly, not a single question was ever asked. So please ignore this, because anyway, look at Ashok Mehta committee. Ashok Mehta committee gave 138 recommendations. Which ones to remember, which to ignore? It's not possible. UPSC also understands it. Now we have a constitutional provision, right? So the questions are asked from those provisions, not from some old committees like this. So please, my request to everyone is to ignore these committees. Just focus on the important information in the PPTs. Don't mug up the committees now. In some mock test, if a question is asked from these committees, I can't help. I don't control the mock tests here or anywhere else. But trust me on this, in the exam, it is extremely unlikely that any question committee will be asked. Simply ignore it. Clear? So that's with respect to evolution of the Panchayati Raj. We'll now discuss the structure of Panchayati Raj. So what is the structure? 73rd Amendment Act 1992 was passed and a three-tier system was created. What is that three-tier system? Let's now discuss that. I'll draw a structure for you because a lot of you belong to urban areas. You may not have a comprehensive understanding of how the panchayat functions. So let's help you in understanding that. First up, this is your entire state. Your entire state is divided into small parts called district. Zilla. Every district is further divided into smaller parts called block. Uh, Block can be called taluk, block can be called tehsil, etc. It depends. Mandal, which state you are from. We will call it block as a standard term. In your state, you can call it tehsil, taluk, samiti, mandal. The term varies because panchayat is a state list subject, so term can vary. Standard terms is what we'll use. Okay, we will not use uh, the terms in the states. Then every block is further divided into small parts called gram, village. Okay, this is with respect to the structure. District, block, gram. Now, if you look at the gram, let's zoom in on this gram. This is a gram. Gram or a village. Now, this village is also divided into small parts. Okay? All these parts, in general, they are called a ward. Across the country, a very common term is ward. Ward. So, your village into small parts called ward. From each ward, the people of this area will choose a member who is called a ward member. So all these people choose members from their area, which will collectively comprise of the lowest level, that is called the village panchayat or the gram panchayat. So let me now just write things. At the bottom, firstly, we have a body called gram sabha. What is gram sabha? The entire village population, this entire village population this entire village population, comprising of all the members, all the voters, all the citizens, all the people, is what is called gram sabha. Gram sabha is the adult village population whose names are in the electoral roll. What is electoral roll? Electoral roll is what? The voter list. So gram village sabha is a group of people. So gram sabha is defined as the entire village population, which is 18 or above. Now one more thing, please don't have this understanding that one village means 1 gram or 1 gram sabha. That is not there. It depends on population. So sometimes a gram sabha can be one village also, the people of one village, or a gram sabha can be a group of villages also. So one or few villages can combine to form gram sabha. See, on an average, around 3,000 to 4,000 people are under 1 gram sabha. The exact national average is 3,416. Okay, so it depends. If your village is very small village, especially in areas where population is very low, then we can club villages. Sometimes it could be 7, 8, 10 villages also, but those are very less. In general, on a standard scale, we have few villages which comprise to form the gram sabha. Okay, so that's it. Now, as I said, all the members here, people here will vote, choose one person from here, one person from here, one 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 from here. All these people who have been elected from their respective ward members, they will collectively be a part of a body called gram panchayat or a village panchayat. Same thing, no difference. Which is what is the lowest level of governance. The lowest tier is what is the what? Gram panchayat. Similarly, all the people in the block, entire block population, this entire block, they will vote and choose members who will be a part of what? Block panchayat. Now we will call it intermediate panchayat. A better term, which is a standard term, is intermediate panchayat. And lastly, the same thing for the entire district, people will vote and people will form what is called a district panchayat, also referred to as the Zilla Parishad. So, this is the three-tier structure that we have across the country. Okay. Now, this would mean what? At every level, we have in all these houses, in all these levels, we have members, yes or no? We have members. So we have a CP, chairperson, and members. Here also, there's a chairperson and members. Chairperson and members. How are these members chosen? The members, who are these members? People from these areas. How are they chosen? Members are chosen from the wards. The entire Gram Sabha is divided into, village is divided into small parts. People of this area will vote and choose one member. People of this area vote and choose one member. Those individual members sit in a meeting in a body which is called Gram Panchayat. Just like the people of the country vote from respective constituencies and choose a person who goes and sits in the Lok Sabha. Exact same provision, but now at a village level. The people of village separately will go and choose people who become members. So all these members are directly elected. It is mandatory. Directly elected. Okay, by the people, of course. Now, the chairperson. How are the chairpersons elected? The chairpersons at the intermediate block level are chosen or elected by and from amongst the members of the intermediate panchayat. So all the members of the block panchayat will from amongst themselves choose one person who becomes the chairperson. Same here, elected by and from amongst the members. So the chairperson's election is indirect. The chairperson's election is indirect. How about the chairperson of Gram Panchayat? How is this person elected? Now, this person state legislature by law decides. It can be indirect, it can be direct also. Are we clear, everybody? So in some states, the chairperson of Gram Panchayat, let me also clarify one thing here. The chairperson of GP, GP stands for Gram Panchayat. They can be called chairperson. In some states, they are called Sarpanch. In some states, they are called Pradhan. In some states, they are called Mukhiya. In some states, they are called President. So, various names are there. Clear? Various names are there. It will vary depending on state to state. That's why we will use the term chairperson. Clear? Standard term. Same goes for intermediate panchayat. Intermediate panchayat. In the chapter panchayat, we'll use this symbol for panchayat. Okay? For ease of understanding and saving our time, this is panchayat, P. Either you call it block or you call it panchayat samiti or you call it a mandal or you call it a taluka, etc. Name nomenclature can vary. The point is the same. Okay, so this is there. I'll repeat once again. All the members are directly chosen by the people of the area. People of the area. We are the voters. We are the voters. The chairperson of block level and the district level, they are chosen by the members from amongst themselves. The members who are elected already. The chairperson of Gram Panchayat, who is called a Sarpanch or a Pradhan or a Mukhya, whatever, he may be chosen directly by the people. There are some states which allow for direct election of Sarpanch. Okay. In other states, the Sarpanch is chosen by the members from amongst themselves. Okay. That's it. So this is just a nomenclature. You have a lot of differences across the states. We don't have to mug up the states' differences. We have to know the provision of the constitution. This is the constitutional provision. One more thing. There is also mandatory reservation. Mandatory reservation meaning constitutionally mentioned. This is a very important article 243 capital D for scheduled castes, scheduled tribe, which is there for Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha also for women. Interesting, right? We have not seen a single provision so far wherein we have mandatory reservation for women. This is the first place that we are witnessing a mandatory reservation for women, right? Now, there are some optional provisions. So, state legislature may, by law may. This means optional provisions may by law provide. What? That amongst these members, nomination of MP, MLA, MLC, or the chairperson of IP. What is IP? Intermediate Panchayat is IP. also OBC reservation. Are we clear? So SC/ST reservation is mandatory, but OBC reservation is optional. Some states provide for it, other states may not provide for it. Here also, we have nomination of MPs, MLA, MLC, chairperson of Gram Panchayat. GP stands for Gram Panchayat, and OBC reservation. And amongst members of the Gram Panchayat, you cannot appoint MP, MLA, MLC member there, but we have an option for OBC reservation. Clear? This is the entire structure of panchayats. Now, just to summarize, these are the elected people, right? So this is more like the parliament. The executive at every level. At the Gram Panchayat level, we have people who are called Panchayat secretaries. At the intermediate Panchayat level, you have block development officer. They're very non-corrupt officers called BDOs. At the district Panchayat level, we have the highly educated people called district collectors. So this is the entire structure of panchayats. So what happens, just to explain this point again, elections, when they take place, you have to vote, you enter the polling booth, and the same person will cast 4 votes. He or she can cast 4 votes also. One, you vote for this person who belongs to your own ward, Gram Panchayat member. If in your state, then there is a election for Sarpanch, which is direct, then you vote for Sarpanch also. In the same place, you vote for a block member also. In the same place, you vote for a district member also. So one polling booth, two second, third, and fourth ballot box. You cast vote in 4 different places at the same time. Now, of course, this is slightly difficult. So in some states, what happens is the election for the Gram Panchayat member and the Sarpanch takes place at one time, and the election for the block member and the district Panchayat member takes place at some other time. So you go and cast multiple votes at the same time, just like in US elections, right? So that is also there. So this is the entire structure of the panchayat, and just to give you a rough estimate of what we are talking about in terms of scale. So how many gram panchayats do we have? How many gram panchayats do we have in the country? 2.7 lakh gram panchayats. 2,69,990 gram panchayats, right? So we have around 6 to 7 lakh villages. But gram sabha means what? Group of more than one village also. That is why the total gram panchayats is 2.7 lakhs. How many intermediate panchayats do we have? IP, around 6,700. The exact number is 6,684, 6,700. And how many district panchayats do we have? District panchayats are 676. And in all these people, you'll be surprised that the number of elected representatives, how many? At the gram panchayat level, roughly 29.9 lakh people are there. At the intermediate panchayat level, 1.8 lakh people are there. At the Zilla Parishad level, 17,000 people are there. In total, 32 lakh people, 31.89 lakh elected representatives are there across the panchayats in the country, of which women 14.54 lakh. 14.54 lakh women out of 32 lakh people. This is a drastic increase in the scale of women's representation, which comes to roughly 45.62%. We can simply refer to it as 46%. 46% women. Okay. This is with respect to the gram panchayat, intermediate panchayat, and the district panchayat. This is the entire structure which is mentioned in the constitution. Let's take a break. After break, we'll come back and we'll discuss the provisions mentioned in the constitution. We'll see what are the provisions, what is the body for elections, all the things, and then issues and concerns. Okay, break please. Be back after the break at 8:12. Break please, guys. let's begin. Okay, so sir, in my village, woman is sarpanch, but she only is representative. All her works, duties done by her son. Oh, okay, we'll discuss that concept later on. So I hope you have a comprehensive understanding of what exactly is a panchayat, the entire structure. Let's look at the constitutional provisions. So, with the 73rd Amendment Act 1992, we provided for a three-tier system in the country. What three-tier system? Gram Panchayat, Intermediate Panchayat, District Panchayat. A three-tier system in the country. And four institutions, the Gram Sabha, the Gram Panchayat, Intermediate Panchayat, District Panchayat. The four institutions and three-tier system. Okay. Now, interestingly, this particular intermediate panchayat means the block, panchayat samiti, mandal, taluk, etc. It's mentioned here. So, the 73rd Amendment Act 1992 came into force on the 24th of April 1992, and that is why the date 24th of April is celebrated as the National Panchayati Raj Day. Okay, so that is how it is celebrated. This particular amendment to the Indian Constitution added Articles 243 to 243O, and one more schedule was added, the 11th schedule. What was that? We'll discuss shortly. So, this was all done in 1992. So, some mandatory provisions are there, like a three-tier system for every state. Now, before this, in some states, we had a two-tier system only. Some states had a four-tier system. But now, a mandatory provision that every state will have a three-tier system. What is a three-tier system? Gram Panchayat, Intermediate Panchayat, and District Panchayat. Now, let me just remind you, there is an exception here. What is the exception? Any state with a population less than 20 lakhs, intermediate panchayat may not be formed. State with population less than 20 lakhs may not constitute intermediate panchayat, may not if it wants to. Example, Sikkim. Sikkim's population in 20 11, the census was 6.11 lakh roughly. So Sikkim is a classic example of a state with a population less than 20 lakh. In all such states, the intermediate panchayat may not be formed. If you want to, you can form it, but it is not mandatory. Okay. Then all the members of all the members of panchayats, members, not chairpersons, at the village level, gram panchayat, at the intermediate level, and the district level shall be elected directly by the people. Look at this. Directly elected, directly elected, directly elected. All the members directly elected by the people. Then we have reservation of seats. This is which article is this? This is Article 243, capital D. Reservation of seats. Reservation of seats both for members as well as chairpersons for scheduled caste, number one, for scheduled tribes in every panchayat, and reservation of not less than one third of total number of seats for women. These three reservations are mandatory constitutional obligation on every state. Just to point this out here, what is the reservation like? So for the SCs and STs, members, amongst members, how many seats are reserved? The reservation of seats is in the same proportion that the SC ST are there at the panchayat level. For example, let's take let's think of this as a gram sabha. In this entire gram sabha, there are, let's assume, 25 seats. 25 members in the gram panchayat, though normally it's 14, 15 only. On an average, 25 members, let's assume that. Now in the gram sabha, if the SC population is say 5%, or SC population is, let's assume, 20%, 20%, then 20% seats are reserved for scheduled castes. Out of 25, 5 seats will be reserved for scheduled caste. Which seats the state government decides, okay? Not the delimitation commission, state government decides. Don't worry on that. I hope the point is clear now. Now, amongst chairpersons, amongst chairpersons, how many seats are to be reserved for the SCs and the STs? The seats are reserved for SCs and STs based on the population of SC STs where in the entire state. So what is the population of a scheduled caste people in the entire state? Those many seats are reserved for chairpersons, in amongst chairpersons for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. A small point that you should remember: reservation amongst members is based on the population at that level. Reservation amongst chairpersons is based on the population percentage in the entire state. Now coming to women's reservation. Women's reservation is at least one third, meaning for all the states, minimum one third seats have to be reserved for women. Now, let me also point this out that in case of most states, you will find that the number of seats reserved for women has been made 50%, right? But how is the reservation done? Which seat is reserved for women? Because the point is, women are there 50% across the entire state, in every area, every village, every block, every district, half the population is women. Which seats must be reserved? So think of this. Let us say seats A, B, C, D, E. 6 seats are there. Let's take an example. Elections take place for the first time in 1992. After 5 years, 97, then 2002, then 2007, 12, 17, 22, so on and so forth. Elections take place after every 5 years in panchayats also. Now, in 1992, one third seats have to be reserved, at least one third. Meaning, how many seats here in this example? 2 seats. Let's assume this is reserved and this is reserved. R stands for reserved, and this is unreserved. Reserved seats mean what? Reserved seats mean that from these seats only a woman can contest. Everybody votes, women can contest. 2 seats are reserved, other seats are not reserved. Fair enough. Next time after 5 years, if you continue to reserve these 2 seats only, then the men of this area will never get a chance, and women of these areas will never get the benefit of reservation. So we rotate the reservation. After 5 years, these seats become unreserved. Some other 2 seats become reserved. After 5 years, the reserved seats become unreserved. Some other 2 seats become reserved. After 5 years, again, reservation keeps on rotating so that women of all the areas get the benefit of reservation, and its benefit can be spread far and wide. This is why we say the reservation for women is based on rotation. The reservation of seats keeps on rotating. Clear? Hence the term used here, rotational basis. Rotational basis. I hope this point is clear now, explained in the best possible manner with plenty of diagrammatic representation. And the reservation is under which article? Please tell me. 243 capital D. Clear? So this is with respect to reservation. Now all such things, as far as reservation is concerned and all, it's all left for the state government to decide. Delimitation Commission does not work here. It is all the state government which decides on the reservation. Now, so we are done with this Article 243D also. Next, 5-year term of office to the panchayat at every level. So, the term of office for the panchayat at every level is what? 5 years. One more point. When you want to contest for Lok Sabha or the Legislative Assembly, the age is 25 years. Yes or no? 25 years. If you want to contest for Rajya Sabha or the Legislative Council, the age is 30 years. Yes or no? Right? But when you want to contest for panchayat or municipalities, the cutoff age is just 21. So a lot of you here who are 21, you can contest elections of panchayats and municipalities also. Now, in our country, election of president, vice president, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, Vidhan Parishad, Assembly, Council, House of People, Council of States, every election is supervised and controlled and conducted by ECI, Election Commission of India, except panchayat elections. the election to local bodies, panchayats and municipalities is not conducted by the election commission. There's a separate person, a separate body in every state. This is also a constitutional post. Article 243 capital K. This post is of State Election Commissioner, SEC, State Election Commissioner. These people are appointed by the respective governors, meaning the chief minister. And the very interesting point is they are removed like a high court judge, not by high court judge, like a high court judge, meaning now we don't know right now how a high court judge is removed. I'll just tell you in short. High court judges are removed by voting in the parliament, meaning removal only by parliament. So look at the very interesting provision here. The state government can appoint an SEC, cannot remove an SEC, because the removal the removal of the SEC comes from the parliament's voting. So this is the state election commissioner, and this person in every state has been given the task to do what? The task to conduct, supervise, control the election to the panchayats as well as municipalities. Clear? Apart from this, just like we have something called a finance commission at the central level, we also have finance commission at the state level. So after every 5 years, governors shall constitute a finance commission. This finance commission is referred to as the State Finance Commission. Article 243 capital I, called the SFC. The State Finance Commission. Okay. To review the financial position of panchayats, basically the functions they perform. Number one, they will advise the state government on taxes and duties for panchayats. Advise on taxes for panchayats. Number two, also advise on grants in aid for panchayats. So, what kind of advice will be given? Advise Advising the state government or providing some kind of advice on how many taxes can be given to the panchayats, what kind of taxes can the panchayat collect, all such things. The State Finance Commission gives recommendation. One more thing, audit. What is audit? Audit means evaluation of financial transactions. When you spend money, your parents ask you, give us the proof. What did you spend the money on? Where is the bill? You say, I purchased books, show me the books. All these things is what is a part of audit, evaluating the financial transactions. So, for audit, what's the mechanism? CAG will not audit panchayats and local bodies. So, state legislature by law decides. State legislature by law decides. By law means what? By a simple majority will decide what will be the method, the process, the step to appoint such auditors, and what will be their task, functioning, etc. All that is done by the uh, by a law passed by the state legislatures. So you see, audit is completely controlled by the state governments. One more thing for elections, just let me clarify. Ajab, one question before I clarify this point. First up, elections are held every 5 years. So the term, the duration is 5 years, something we've already seen. Fair enough, 5 years. But what if after 5 years the elections have to be held? What if in between the period of 5 years some panchayat is dissolved? Just like Lok Sabha can be dissolved, Vidhan Sabha can be dissolved, panchayat can also be dissolved. How? Reasons: state legislature by law decides. What can be a reason to dissolve a panchayat? Those are different for different states. Dissolution reasons. But my point is, what if the panchayat gets dissolved? Election must take place within 6 months. Within 6 months, you have to go for elections for that panchayat level. Now, also, if less than 6 months are left for tenure to end, then no election takes place. But a bigger point is, let me ask you a question. Now, 2019, we had the Lok Sabha elections. Lok Sabha. This Lok Sabha, which was elected in 2019, will continue for 5 years. Yes or no? Till 2024. Again, we'll have Lok Sabha elections, and then they'll continue for 20 till 2029. But right now, we are in 2023. 2023. What if 300 MPs die? They pass away in some accident. So the Lok Sabha is now dissolved. If we have new Lok Sabha, which comes in 2023, this new Lok Sabha, not a new MP, the entire Lok Sabha, fresh elections. If the new Lok Sabha is elected, this Lok Sabha will continue for how many years? Will it continue for till 2024 or till 2028? Please type your answer. Uh, every new Lok Sabha, once it is elected, it gets how many years of tenure? Please tell me. How many years of tenure? Every newly elected Lok Sabha gets a tenure of how many years? 5 years. So when this is the newly elected Lok Sabha, why will it only continue for remainder period? It gets a full 5 year period. It is not an individual MP. That's why I specified we are referring to the entire Lok Sabha, right? Not some individual MP. So if an individual MP is getting elected, he continues for remainder period. But the entire Lok Sabha, it gets a full 5 year term. So till 2028. So extremely sorry for all the people who marked 2024. Now, this is there for Lok Sabha or even the Legislative Assembly, same thing. But in the case of panchayats, that's not the provision. In the case of panchayats, if between the 5 year period, the panchayat gets dissolved, the new panchayat only continues for the remaining tenure. What's the remaining tenure here? 2024, 1 year. So the new panchayat for that area will only be there for 1 year. This ensures that all the panchayat elections take place at the same time. Otherwise, states have thousands of panchayats. The SEC will become crazy completely in conducting elections. So, to maintain uniformity of the conduct of elections, any time any panchayat is dissolved for whatever reason, the newly elected panchayat will continue only for whatever time remains for the fresh election to take place. So, a panchayat reconstituted after premature dissolution. What is premature? Before the expiry or end of 5-year period. After premature dissolution continues only for the remaining period. For example, in this case, it would continue only for 1 year period. This is only for panchayats and municipalities, not for Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha. For Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, full 5-year period. Did you understand why this is the case? This is because we need to ensure uniformity across the state in conducting elections for panchayats. We only have one Lok Sabha, just 28 states. We have 2.6 lakh, 2.7 lakh panchayats across the country, right? The number of gram panchayats in your state runs into thousands. If you have different election points, then every day there'll be elections only, right? So 28 states manageable, right? 10,000 gram panchayats not manageable. So that's the logic. Don't say, sir, why don't we have the same thing for Vidhan Sabha also? It is not required. For panchayats, that could be a huge problem. Okay, that's it. Let's move on now. Now comes the real point here. Why do we have panchayats after all? Why this drama of elections, mandatory reservation, SC/ST reservation, all these things? We have all this drama so that we can give them some power. Eventually, it all boils down to devolving power. If we can't devolve, give, provide, endow them with power, functions to perform, what's the point? So, we have two articles which provide for the powers, the functions that can be given to the panchayats to perform. Now, firstly is Article 243G. Now, if you look at this article, you will find that what kind of functions the panchayat performs largely depends on the state legislature. Look at how the article has been written in the constitution. Subject to the provisions of this constitution, of course, the legislature. Look at the phrase here. Legislature of a state, of course, fair enough. Legislature of a state may. What is may? May is optional by law, meaning by a simple majority. May means optional, not mandatory. If the state government wants to provide, it will provide. If it does not want to provide any function to panchayats, it won't provide. May by law endow. Endow means to provide the panchayats with such powers and authority as may be necessary for them to enable them to function as institutions of self-government. And such law may contain provisions for the devolution of power. Such law may contain provisions. Look at this. May contain provisions, may not contain provisions. That is why the panchayats are completely under the state governments, or at the mercy of state government. Okay. So if a state government wants to devolve power to panchayats and make them very strong, they will. If a state government wants to control all the power, they will say to hell with panchayats. Upon panchayats at appropriate level, what appropriate level? 3 levels: gram panchayat, intermediate panchayat, village panchayat. Oh, sorry, district panchayat. Subject to such conditions as may be mentioned in the law with respect to preparing the plans for economic development and social justice. Also, implementation of schemes for economic development and social justice as may be entrusted to them including those in relation to the matters listed in 11th schedule. So the point is, on what topics can the state government give power to panchayats? What topics? Some topics. Where are those topics mentioned? Those topics are mentioned in the 11th schedule. What is this 11th schedule? 11th schedule comprises of 29 such topics. We call them functional items. 29 topics or 29 functional items on which the panchayats may be given power if the state legislature allows. Like, say, agriculture, land improvement, animal husbandry, dairying, poultry, small scale industries, rural housing, drinking water, education, women and child development, welfare of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, all these things are topics where panchayats can be given what? Powers to perform the task. See, in the case of panchayats, we also have the concept of standing committees. Standing committees in the panchayat. What is standing committee? Please don't ask me now. Sir, please, what is standing committee? We know what is standing committee. What is standing committee? Tell me. Standing means what? All members are always standing, right? Standing committee means a permanent committee. Okay? Ad hoc means temporary. Standing means permanent. So there are various standing committees in panchayats. For example, at the gram panchayat level, you have standing committee on topics like finance, standing committee on welfare, a standing committee is also created on development, right? So all these topics, their tasks are allocated to them based on the state government. For example, a standing committee for finance will be a committee which will deal with topics of finance, tax, accounts, audit, budget, etc. Standing committee for development will deal with topics like developmental planning, socio-economic planning, right? Agriculture, soil conservation, social forestry, animal husbandry, dairy development, minor irrigation, all these things, fisheries and all. So some members of the Gram Panchayat can be a part of the standing committee of finance. Some members of panchayats can be a part of standing committee of welfare, which will look into the welfare of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, social welfare in general, social security for the people, slum improvement, poverty alleviation, ration shop control, health, sanitation, all these things. It depends. We have similar kind of standing committees at the block level also, right? Same thing, standing committee on finance, standing committee on development, standing committee on welfare, and exact same standing committee for district panchayats also, standing committee on finance, welfare, development. But at the district level, we have two other committees, which is standing committee for public works, right, and standing committee for health and education. Again, no, not of importance, just this point is sufficient. And district panchayat, finance, welfare, development, etc. So we also have the concept of standing committee. See how we are running the panchayats just like we are running the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha in the same fashion. At least we try to. Though you may have a bigger point here, that are we actually devolving powers? That is a larger question. Most states do not devolve powers. Some states are devolving powers. Nowadays, states are devolving powers, but to what extent, it's best left for the states to decide that. Second thing is, now when you devolve functions to perform, let's say the state government is saying that okay, panchayats, now perform functions on sanitation, okay, cleanliness, drinking water availability. Money is required. Where is the money? So panchayats can also be allowed. Panchayats can also be allowed to impose taxes, right? And some kind of funds can be allocated to the panchayats. So, what kind of taxes can be given to the panchayats? Again, the same old story. Legislature of a state may, same point, may by law, the legislature of a state may by law authorize the panchayat to levy. What is levy? Levy means to impose, to levy and collect, appropriate some kind of taxes, duties, tolls, fees, etc. Now, what kind of taxes can the panchayats claim? So, all those who have no idea about the functioning of these panchayats, let me tell you. Don't think that panchayats are, uh, you know, levying some very great kind of income tax and all. That is not under their control. Panchayats can levy what kind of taxes? Panchayats largely levy taxes which are like a tax on property, tax on market, tax on these fairs, tax on cattle, tax on toilets, tax on street light. These examples. Tax on property, and this is not the property of Bombay. Okay, this is a property in a village area. It is a very cheap property, so tax will not be very high. Tax on shops, dhabas, tea stalls, tax on market fairs, the village fairs that are there, tax on cattle, tax on water, tax on vehicles, etc. All these are non-lucrative. How much tax can you impose on water? 10 lakh rupees per person. That's not possible, right? So that's their number one. So some kind of taxes can be imposed by panchayats. Who decides? State legislature decides. Second, the state legislature will also assign, meaning provide some money, taxes, duties, and tolls which are collected by the state government. So from the tax the state government collects, some funds can be given to panchayats, of course. Then provide for making grants in aid from the CFS. So basically, and in the reality, the panchayats depend on the government for funds, both central government and state government for funds. So the funds can be given by the state government or the state legislature by law, and that is where the panchayats larger funds come from. They come from the state legislature's authorization, and the panchayats depend on the state government and central government for devolution of funds. Clear? Okay. And lastly, so when the center receives money by taxing people and all, the money is put into CFI. When the state receives money, they put into CFS, the consolidated fund of the state. Similarly, when the panchayat receives funds, the state legislature can provide for the creation of such funds similar to CFI or CFS, where all the monies that are received by the panchayats can be credited, can be put in, and all the money being spent by panchayats can be taken out. Right? So that's there. So Article 243H is for funds. 243G is for functions. 243H is for funds. Please remember all these articles so far. Are we clear? Now, just to summarize, there are some optional provisions also. Optional provision. Optional provision means what? Means state legislature may by law provide. May not. uh, Giving representation to MPs, MLAs, MLCs may be done, may not be done. What is that? Giving representation. Come here. Look at this. This nomination of MP, MLA, MLC. So amongst the members, the local MP can also directly be made a member there, right? That nomination is also possible, but the state government will decide whether the local MP, MLA, MLC can go and sit in the district panchayat meetings or not. He can be a member or not. So that is there as an optional provision. Then providing the reservation of seats for backward classes. See, SC, ST reservation and women reservation is mandatory, but providing reservation for backward classes, that is not mandatory. OBC, other backward classes, that is not mandatory. So see, most states have provided for it, don't worry, but it is not mandatory. Then devolution of powers and responsibilities. On the 29 topics mentioned in the 11th schedule, what topics uh, are the ones where the panchayats are actually given some power? Who decides? The state legislature. It can be one topic, it can be 5 topics, it can be all 29 topics, it can be zero. Okay. Then granting financial powers. What kind of taxes can be collected? What kind of taxes cannot be collected? What kind of taxes to be imposed by state governments will be sent to the panchayats? All this is completely at the hands of state legislature. So by now, I think you would have understood that funds and functions and powers and everything for the panchayats is largely dependent on the states, the state government, the state legislature by law. So if a panchayat is performing lot of functions, that state legislature has actually devolved the functions, provided the panchayats with the power and responsibility. In other states, they have not. That's it. And just to summarize, what is part 9? Tell me, what is part 9 that you're referring to here? Can you see the slide? Part 9. Part 9 refers to panchayat provisions. We are studying the panchayat right now. So part 9 is the panchayats. So this panchayat provision is not applicable to certain areas. Not applicable, meaning in certain areas you do not have the provision of panchayats. For example, and this is Article 243M. In case you want to know the article, not really that important. Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 areas. Now, what are Schedule 5 areas? We'll discuss that later on separately. There are some parts or some districts and blocks, etc., in 10 states across the country. States like Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Himachal, Telangana, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, MP, Maharashtra, I think 10 or over. So, in all these 10 states, there are some small areas which are called Schedule 5 areas. Why, how, what reason? Later on. In these areas, no panchayat provision will not, the panchayat provisions are not there only. Also in Schedule 6 areas, some areas in the northeastern states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. But if you want to extend the Part 9 provisions or panchayat in these areas also, what is required? Parliament by law can extend panchayat provisions in these areas. Okay, so just to refer to a point, right now in Schedule 5 areas, we already have the panchayats now through a law called PESA, PESA, Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act 1996. We'll be discussing PESA later on. When we study Schedule 5 areas, I'll explain the PESA provisions. Ignore it for now. Clear? Number two, in the states of Nagaland, Meghalaya, and Mizoram, no panchayat provision will exist. Now, in these states, they have their own traditional bodies. Like in Nagaland, you have the Village Development Board, town councils are there. In states like Mizoram, you have Notified Area Council, Village Council. In Meghalaya, you have town committees, etc. So, in these also, something similar to panchayat exists, but that is for the respective state governments to decide. Part 9 of the Indian Constitution is not applicable here. But what if you want to extend the panchayat provisions, all the provisions? Here, to extend, what happens? How can it be done? Not the parliament. State legislature, and that too by a special majority. And what is that? Two-thirds present and voting, more than 50% total strength or membership of the house. So, in order to extend panchayats in Schedule 5 and 6 areas, Parliament by law can do it. In order to extend panchayat in states of Nagaland, Meghalaya, and Mizoram, the respective state governments can do it. Then in Manipur has panchayats. There is a Manipur Panchayat Act also of 1994, I believe. So Manipur has panchayats, but in certain areas of Manipur, which are largely hilly areas, the hill areas, the hill areas of Manipur are largely governed under the Hill Authorities Act. So they have district councils. They don't have panchayats. In other areas, panchayats are allowed. Then in the hilly areas of Darjeeling district in West Bengal, at the Zilla Parishad level, we have no Zilla Parishad. Zilla Parishad does not exist for the Darjeeling district area. So here only two-tier structure. Apart from this, one more small point is that, see, Article 243D, this provides for reservation. This provides for reservation for SC, ST, and women. Now, if you look at, say, Arunachal Pradesh, in Arunachal, there is no SC population only. So, makes no sense to have reservation for SCs in Arunachal. So, SC reservation is not applicable for Arunachal. Okay, that's there. Uh, Apart from it, there are some other areas like, you can say Delhi and Chandigarh. They don't have panchayats because they are urban areas. So that can also be included. Delhi, Chandigarh, they only have what? Municipality, no panchayat. That's also there. Okay, that's it. Or Sikkim has no intermediate level panchayat. So these things are there, wherein for some areas part 9 may not be applicable. Okay, so as simple as that. Any urban, see, for urban areas we have municipalities, right? How can we have panchayats there? It makes no sense. The local self governance means, for rural areas we call it panchayats, for urban areas we call it municipalities. It's the same thing, and name is different, structure is different for urban and rural areas. And for these areas, we need to treat them differently because of local circumstances there. These are areas with a large tribal population, etc., so we need to treat them differently, right? We need to devolve more powers to people. We have to ensure that a tribal custom and culture is protected, and hence exceptions are there for these areas. That's it. We are done with the constitutional provisions for panchayats. Okay, it's all done and dusted. Now we can look into summarizing what we have studied, with solving some questions, and the biggest point now, issues. First up, please mark the answer for this question. A very difficult question. I'll give you 30 seconds. Don't waste time. Mark the answer. 30 seconds is also too much, I think. Okay. So, of course, 6 months, when panchayat is dissolved, elections are to be held within 6 months. So, all this question came in 2016. So, you see, in the prelims, not really many questions come from panchayats or municipalities for that matter. Done. Okay, the minimum age prescribed for any person to be a member of panchayat, of course, is how much? 21. One is wrong. Remove these two. Panchayat reconstituted after premature dissolution continues only for the remainder period is correct. B, 2 only. Okay. Solve one more question. Okay, of course, which one of the following authorities makes recommendations? Of course, if an authority is making recommendations, ministries can't be a part of the answer. We have not seen DPC, it won't be the answer. The answer is B. So, recommendations as to the principles, the logic behind taxes and duties which can be appropriated by panchayats, withdrawn, collected by panchayats. State Finance Commission. The State Finance Commission is under Article 243, capital I. Okay. SFC formed by the governor every 5 years. Again, please don't ask me a question, sir. Is it formed by governor or the advice of chief minister? Of course, chief minister, right? Again, the same old logic. If it is mentioned as a discretionary power, it is a discretionary power. Otherwise, it's all the power of government. Okay. Now we are actually going to start our discussion on panchayats. Frankly, this is where the discussion starts on panchayats. Firstly, the fundamental problems of PRIs. PRI, Panchayati Raj institutions. So far, what we have studied is just the basic constitutional provisions from where a mains based question can never be asked. So far, we have studied what can be largely a prelims based topic. We should know what is there. Before we can assess the problems, we should know what is a basic provision. So we have seen the provisions now. Now, with that understanding in mind, we'll see what are the shortcomings. Despite this grand project of panchayats in the country, what are the shortcomings? PRIs, for those who would ask before they ask, let me write this. Panchayati Raj institutions. So, what exactly are these provisions? First up, very poor devolution of three Fs. What are three Fs? Funds, functions, and functionaries, trained staff. Functionaries are the panchayat staff who are poorly trained. Funds are always attached to a scheme. Panchayats rarely get money to spend freely on what they want. It is always attached to some kind of scheme or a program. So that's again a very big problem. Secondly, functions. Most state governments have no interest in devolving functions to the panchayats. And then functionaries, poorly trained panchayat staff, right? Untrained staff. Now, why do you think is this happening? Firstly, that's a bigger concern. The states are showing no interest whatsoever in the devolution of three Fs. Why? Because there is complete absence of the political will and the bureaucratic will and vision. Why is that? See, firstly, let me help you understand the bureaucratic problem. Why is this a problem? People like you. See, bureaucracy always perceives local bodies as a threat to its own power, and it simply does not carry the mindset to serve under local politician. Now, if I use the word local politician, you will be like, what is this politician? They are panchayat members. They are not politicians. They are also politicians elected by the people of the country. Are they getting the same respect that the DM shows to a chief minister, the DM shows to a MP, MLA? Of course not. I mean, can you even imagine a minister of the state government is sitting outside a DM's office waiting for the DM Sahib to meet? Of course not. But a Zilla Parishad chairperson, Zilla Parishad member, the district panchayat member, or a intermediate panchayat member, Gram panchayat member, they have to wait for hours and hours outside the office of our DCs and all. One fine moment where the DC shows some kind of mercy and looks in the CCTV camera to see that the members are sitting there waiting for hours. That's there. So the bureaucracy needs to also respect the will of the people. That is very important. Just like you respect the will of people at the Lok Sabha level, Vidhan Sabha level, we also need to show the same respect to the people at this particular level. Secondly, is the idea of political will. Now, what is the problem with politicians? The political logic is very simple. If I devolve all the functions to the panchayats, what will be the false promise, or what will be the promise on which I'll go and seek votes of people? I can't seek the vote of people now. Because if I go to people and say, come on, vote for me in the Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, people will say, why? What will you do? My panchayat can handle everything. I don't need your help. Thank you so much. So nobody wants to share power. This is a big problem in our country structure only. Right from 1950s, India has always been a holding together federation, strong centralized power, and we as Indians have accepted the centralized power. The concept and focus has always been on national integration, joining the mainstream, uniformity across everything, whether it is good or bad, we don't care. Uniform, right? That's what is the funda there. So this creates a problem. The center controls all the power, does not share power with states. States have learned from center, they don't share power with the local bodies. So the local bodies are completely sidelined, and the bureaucracy and the politicians, they don't simply have the long term vision to understand that if the governance at the local level is effective, it will ease their burden also of devolving responsibilities or devolution of schemes, etc. They sadly don't have this long term vision. They simply lack the vision and the will to empower the panchayats. Then, so the whole concept of panchayats was built around what? Was built around the logic that make people the masters of their own destiny. See, there are two central ideas for panchayats. One is people's participation, and the other one is democratic devolution of powers. So we are giving you power. You decide what you want to do in your village. You decide what is a good welfare scheme for you. You decide what kind of project you want. You decide which area you want the development to be in. Sadly, that has not been the case. The panchayats are not given the breathing room or the space to decide on what areas they want to perform. Most funds are tied, firstly. Secondly, the panchayats are only being seen as some kind of a delivery agent. The center or the state government makes a scheme, launches a scheme, asks the panchayat members, Gram Panchayat, implement the scheme. Come on. Panchayat is not some implementing agency. If you want to implement a scheme, hire some government staff, send them there, they'll implement a scheme. Panchayat was perceived to be a body which would create its own scheme, right? That is what the panchayats were perceived to be, and that is what is the logic also. So we have to view them as bodies which should largely decide what is good or bad for them and work accordingly. But the narrow context of improving service delivery, any discussion, any discourse on panchayats is just panchayats are places where we can launch a scheme and ask the members to implement it properly. They have become a level for implementing government schemes. That's it. Then, in the concept of our states, you will find that a lot of these states don't even have regular elections. Okay. For example, we have seen various cases where state governments have tried to postpone the elections. Excuses. What kind of excuses? Hilarious excuses. They will say natural calamity has happened. There are floods in some part of the state. We can't conduct panchayat elections. Uh, a very good example is of Karnataka. Lack of funds, no money, you can't conduct elections. Imagine the central government says, ECI says, we have no money, we can't conduct elections for the Lok Sabha. States will go crazy, right? States will go crazy and say that uh, how is this happening? Democracy down the drain, right? Natural calamity. We had a pandemic in the country, lakhs of lives lost. Did we stop the Vidhan Sabha elections? We did not. But you are giving such reasons. Some rainfall happened somewhere, and you say let's not have elections in panchayats. That's not how it is supposed to be, right? Things will go wrong in life. It is bound to happen. The constitutional mandate has to be fulfilled. I'll give you an example of how things happen in Karnataka. So in Karnataka, now there's a provision of SC/ST reservation. So how many seats are to be reserved? That is based on population of SC/ST. So here it is regularly updated. Every 5 years we update the SC/ST population to find out what's the current percentage. Current percentage. So in 2012, 2013, the election was around the corner. The SEC, CR Chikkamath was a SEC at that point of time. He wanted to conduct the elections. State government said, no, 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 don't do it right now. Why would state governments not be interested? Because state governments want their people to get the control of these areas. Their people, right? People who are close to their party. Because in future, when the Vidhan Sabha elections happen, when the Lok Sabha elections happen, those people at the panchayat level can garner support for these parties. So every ruling party wants to ensure that their their state government, their people control the panchayats and municipalities. So when the time is right, the mood is right, they want to conduct elections. And let me tell you frankly, a village led election does not depend upon the PM or the CM getting appreciation internationally. It depends upon local issues. No electricity, rise in the price of tomatoes. That's what impacts the person there. If there is price rise, he says government is not good. Simple. Now, price rise, inflation is very periodic as an event, right? There are some time where price will rise of commodities. So if the mood is not appropriate, you can't simply delay the election. But it is done. In the case of Karnataka, the Karnataka government said, no, no, don't conduct elections right now. The state election commissioner was adamant. He said, no, no, time has come. That's my duty. I'll conduct elections. So the state government played a very unique kind of trick. It said, right now we have not updated the latest SC/ST reservation data. So we don't know how many seats to be reserved. What is the difference in the new data? Maybe 1% difference, two more seats reserved. So for that, you will delay the entire election. The SEC went ahead, issued notification for elections. The state government went to the High Court against its own SEC. That look at this SEC performing tasks properly, performing tasks without taking us into consideration. The state High Court, it was a slap on the face of the state government that the state High Court said SEC is right, go for elections. The same state government should have stopped there, ended the matter. But no, they went to Supreme Court. In Supreme Court, again the same judgment came. Supreme Court said this kind of stupid excuse, delimitation exercise is not complete, reservation parameters have not been finalized. We can't have this excuse. Go for elections. So reservation data not finalized. The latest reservation data not finalized. So Supreme Court said the SEC is right. We should go for the, if the latest data is not there, use the previous data but conduct elections. This is what our state governments have come down to across the country, right? So the same state governments keep on shouting, fascism, democracy is down the drains. Where is democracy? If the center takes a single step which infiltrates or infringes on their power, but the state governments have shown no respect towards the constitution when it comes to them. Then organizational structure of panchayats, that is also inadequate. Organizational structure meaning infrastructure. One simple data: panchayats function in a building called Panchayat Bhavan. 21% of the panchayats do not have a panchayat building also. The meetings are held in some rich landlord's or zamindar's house. Records are kept there only, open to manipulation, right? So that is 1/5 of the panchayats in the country don't have a functioning building where you can keep the records, everything, where the meetings will be held. So this is a very sad state of affairs for the infrastructure of panchayats. Though we have a scheme called Rajiv Gandhi Panchayat Sashakti-karan Abhiyan, but largely the Sashakti-karan strengthening of the panchayats has not happened so far. Okay, that's there. And yes, of course, functioning is under the grip of the state bureaucracy completely, and the panchayats depend on every single thing, uh, the technical and financial sanctions for this on the state government. So that's also there. Let's do one thing. We have a lot of other problems that we'll continue to discuss tomorrow, and we'll have some suggestions also. Steps taken so far, second year's recommendations, etc. Punchy question recommendations. We'll discuss them tomorrow, and then once we are done, we'll also look into municipalities. Let's end our discussion here only today. Tomorrow, we'll take up for discussion the remaining provisions of the panchayats. Okay, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind, and please revise today what we have studied. Especially, I would request you to draw this entire diagrammatic representation on your own at least 2 to 3 times. You'll remember all the provisions. So draw it on your own. Leaderboard for today: Vibhum, Shamil Naz, Architas, V. Aditya Yokesh, Shreyank. These people with, I hope, all answers correct, I believe. And then Sai, Siddhartha, Alina, Bhavan, Abhishek, Nikki, Rakshit, Madhumita, Lucky, Pratik, Anshika, Vikram, Kambapati, Megha, and Shavanya with 70. Okay. For in people who want to read Lakshmikant, you can refer to chapter 38 of Lakshmikant in case you want to. And I would mention what to study here, because let that slide be for your use comprehensively. Now, again, monthly magazine for the month of May should be complete. Please, it should be done by now. We'll go back to April, revise, start reading 1 hour monthly magazine daily for April. Monthly magazine is only meant for those people who are preparing for next year. Okay. Secondly, meant for everybody, political theory. I hope you will start reading political theory again. Chapter 1 has to be read again, right? So 3 times you'll read the book. Number 3, please follow editorials from the Hindu or the Indian Express. Read them on your own. No need to make notes. I think the monthly magazine of June is not out yet. So, in case it is out on the website, study for June or else study for April and wait for the June one to be out. Then, yesterday we read Yojana, today Kurukshetra. Again, Kurukshetra had 6 articles. The June month magazine should be done for Kurukshetra now. Finish the magazine today with the last 2 articles. That's it. Okay. So we'll be done. We'll be done with the gist of the Kurukshetra. That should be sufficient. Reading the Kurukshetra gist, not the entire magazine, will be okay. That should be all. Apart from this revision of the, in case you want to read Lakshmikant, anybody, you can follow chapter 38 and also revision. That's it. Yojana Kurukshetra, download the gist of Yojana Kurukshetra from the Byju's website and read the gist only, because Yojana Kurukshetra are meant to give you data. They are not meant to give you some structure and all to answer. Data, facts, points. That's all for me, guys. Others can leave. Finance Commission as a topic will be discussed by the economics faculty in the economics lecture, not here. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. Others who have any questions and queries, feel free. Gyan, reference old NCRT class 11th, chapter 5. All international treaties and agreements conducted in the name of President and need to be ratified by yes. Ratified by parliament means approved by parliament. That is called making a law. It's like approval through a law only. Whatever is done by the parliament is done legally. So that ratification, see, NCRTs have loosely used words. They'll use words very loosely because understand NCRTs are meant not for the exactness of the word. They are meant for general basic understanding for a class 11th kid. So the looseness of words is found in NCRT. We have to take in the right spirit that okay, the information is there. How can I cover my NCRT? As in covering the book? You can use a brown paper to cover the book. No, but on a serious note, if you want to cover NCRTs, please read the book on a daily basis. That's how we cover NCRTs. What kind of question is this? Yes, Gurmehak, for 2025, Yojana Kurukshetra is mandatory. Keep on reading. No, Shelly, they don't belong to any party, but they have some association with party. Of course, we'll come to it tomorrow that it's not easy right now to win a panchayat election because a lot of funds come to panchayats. A lot of corruption is there in panchayats. So these people need a lot of money to win panchayat elections. Gyan, Supreme Court judgment in Perivalan case. Governors cannot pardon death sentences. That's a wrongly interpreted article in the Hindu, which was copied by everybody. So basically, the Supreme Court judgment in short was that the limitation of 14 years for people who are under death row whose commutation has been done, right? The 14-year limitation is only on the state and central governments. That if there is any person who was undergoing a death sentence, whose death sentence has been commuted right now, their punishment cannot be less than 14 years. Remission cannot be reduced to less than 14 years. But this limitation is not on governor. The governor can reduce the period of punishment to all 1 day also. That is how the judgment was. It is not pardoning of the death sentence. No, Reshma, don't read chapter wise. Read what I am telling you in that sequence only. Yes, Baiju's Lakshmikant book is the same Lakshmikant book. Palak, it is done with respect to the same. See, we draw the boundaries of legislative assemblies and combine them to form a Lok Sabha boundary. That's it. That's how it is done. Nikhil, I start my preparation after 12, meaning after 12. What is after class 12? You are in first year. Then simply study Lakshmikant and basic books. Okay. Don't worry so much right now. You have 4 years of time. See, Ananya, please don't make all these statements. You please type on Google gist of Yojana and Kurukshetra. You'll get the gist of Yojana and Kurukshetra on website. Others are getting this. If you make these kind of statements, how will it reflect? Tell me, you can't search for basic things and we want you to handle entire district. That is wrong. It's a crime. Crime. Uh, Nisarg and some other people don't overdo current affairs. Please understand the limitation of current affairs. Eventually, you have to look into the static portion also. Static portion is the meat of your answer. Focus on static portion. Don't overdo current affairs. You'll always have this feeling of FOMO. What is FOMO? Fear of missing out. It's something else in the market. It will always be there, right? Learn to control your emotions on current affairs. It's okay. Limited resources. If you follow these things, you are good. Follow them diligently. That's more important. Gauri will discuss this. This is your concluding remark. So we can only discuss this towards the end of our discussion on panchayats, right? We can't discuss this in between. Shrimant, I'm already making notes for you. If you want, you can make notes for polity. Who is stopping you? Nobody is stopping you. Arnab, Wards are basically small colonies in your village. That's it. So there's no problem. So if there are two or three villages, one village will have 5 wards, other village will have 4 wards, third village will have 3 wards. It's possible. Nikhil, there is no NCRT book only of class 6th, 7th. What are you talking about? NCRT books of 9th and 10th. Did you attend the very first lecture? Attend the first lecture first and then discuss all these points. Okay, that's it, guys. Your experts will keep on addressing your concerns. In case you have any, we'll meet again tomorrow. Follow all the things taught today, revise properly. Till then, that's all for me for today, guys. Jai Hind.